Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. Protocol Entry 1. It was an ordinary morning, and the quiet welcome of my small study room surrounded me like a well-worn blanket. The pen lay on my desk, gleaming under the soft glow of the lamp, inviting me to fill the empty pages of my journal. I picked it up a familiar weight, but the moment it touched the paper, it resisted my hand, as if the tip danced above rather than pressed upon the surface. I paused, the expectation of ink never realized. Leaning closer, I noticed the subtle, inaudible thrum that seemed to emanate from within, like a heartbeat beneath the smooth, metallic casing. The air grew still, each sound sharpened to a whisper of its former self. I tilted my head, listening, as though the pen waited too, suspended in the suffocating quiet. Its silence more unnerving than any sound. I am beginning this observation protocol to document the anomalous properties of the writing instrument acquired from the estate sale. Initial assessment indicates standard ballpoint construction with minor tactile irregularities. The subject exhibits resistance to conventional writing pressure, requiring documentation of behavioral patterns. My mental state remains stable. Cognitive function appears unimpaired. The room maintains standard environmental conditions. Lamp provides adequate illumination at 60 watts. No external disturbances detected. Protocol Entry 2. The pen continues to demonstrate unusual friction patterns against paper surfaces. When pressure is applied, the instrument seems to hover approximately 1 millimeter above the writing medium. This creates a sensation similar to magnetic repulsion. I have attempted to document this phenomenon using standard measurement tools, but the calipers register normal contact. The discrepancy between tactile sensation and visual confirmation requires further investigation. Room temperature remains constant. Air circulation normal. The lamp flickers occasionally, though this may be attributed to standard electrical fluctuations. I notice a faint oscillating sound that appears to originate from within the pen itself. The frequency is barely perceptible, residing just at the threshold of human hearing. It reminds me of someone humming a tune I cannot quite identify. Protocol Entry 3. Interesting development in the pen's behavioral patterns. When I attempt to write specific words, the resistance increases dramatically. Common words flow normally, but proper nouns and technical terms seem to trigger the magnetic effect more intensely. I tried to write my own name and found my hand trembling with the effort required to make contact with the paper. The oscillating sound has become more pronounced. It no longer resembles humming, but seems to form syllables. I cannot make out distinct words, yet the rhythm suggests conversational patterns. Question and response, statement and acknowledgement. As if the pen is engaged in discourse with an unseen participant. I detected a scent today while writing. Something floral, perhaps jasmine, though I keep no flowers in this room. The fragrance appears strongest when the pen hovers closest to the paper without touching. Upon investigation, I found no source for this aroma within the immediate environment. Protocol Entry 4. The lamp now flickers in patterns that seem synchronized with the pen's oscillations. 3 quick pulses, followed by a sustained glow, then 2 brief interruptions. This sequence repeats every few moments while I hold the instrument. When I set the pen down, the lamp returns to steady illumination. I have begun experiencing pressure sensations along my writing hand and forearm. These occur without physical contact from external sources. The pressure follows specific pathways, as though invisible fingers are tracing the bones beneath my skin. The sensation is not unpleasant, merely unexpected and difficult to explain through conventional means. The jasmine scent has intensified. It now carries undertones of something else, something familiar yet impossible to place, like the perfume worn by someone I have never met but somehow remember. The fragrance seems to pulse in rhythm with the pen's oscillations and the lamp's flickering pattern. Protocol Entry 5. I must note a concerning development in my documentation process. Upon reviewing previous entries, I discovered several words have been altered, not erased or crossed out, but changed to different words entirely. Where I had written magnetic repulsion, the text now reads gentle guidance. Where I documented resistance, it now states invitation. The handwriting appears identical to my own, yet I have no memory of making these revisions. The pen's surface texture has begun shifting beneath my fingertips. What felt like smooth metal now carries the warmth and grain of polished wood. when I examine it visually, it maintains its original metallic appearance. This tactile transformation occurs gradually, so subtly that I cannot pinpoint the exact moment of change. I find myself stroking the pen's surface repeatedly, fascinated by the discrepancy between sight and touch. The oscillating sounds have grown more complex. I now detect what might be multiple voices, though the volume remains at the threshold of perception. They seem to be discussing something urgent, their tones rising and falling with emotional inflection I cannot quite decipher. Protocol Entry 6. My attempts to measure the pen using conventional instruments have yielded inconsistent results. The ruler indicates standard length one moment, then shows measurements that exceed the desk's dimensions. The scale registers normal weight, then displays readings suggesting the pen possesses negative mass. These fluctuations occur too rapidly for accurate documentation, yet I feel compelled to continue trying. The pressure sensations have spread beyond my writing arm. I now feel invisible touches along my shoulders, neck, and scalp. The contact resembles gentle caresses, as though someone stands behind my chair, offering comfort during a difficult task. When I turn to look, I find only empty space, yet the sensation persists. The jasmine fragrance has been joined by other scents. Fresh bread, rain on summer pavement, the particular mustiness of old books. Each aroma carries emotional weight, evoking memories that feel simultaneously mine and foreign. I remember scenes I have never lived, conversations I have never had, places I have never visited. Protocol Entry 7. The pen has begun writing independently. I will hold it above the paper, maintaining careful distance, and watch as words appear on the page. The handwriting matches my own perfectly, yet the content consists of observations I did not intend to record. It documents details about my room that I had not consciously noticed. The number of books on each shelf, the pattern of dust motes in the lamp's glow, the exact angle at which shadows fall across my desk. More troubling, it records my thoughts before I think them. I will read a sentence describing my intention to check the time, and only then do I feel the urge to glance at the clock. The pen seems to anticipate my mental processes, documenting my consciousness from a perspective slightly ahead of my own awareness. The voices in the oscillating sound have become clearer. They They speak about me in the third person, discussing my behavior as though I am the subject of their observation, rather than the observer conducting this protocol. They note my increasing agitation with clinical detachment. They comment on the deterioration of my handwriting. They express concern about my ability to complete the documentation process. Protocol Entry 8. I can no longer trust my previous entries. The words shift when I am not looking directly at them. I have tried to maintain surveillance of the pages, but the moment my attention wavers, the text rearranges itself into new configurations. Sometimes entire paragraphs vanish only to reappear in different sections. With altered meaning, the pen feels hot, now burning against my palm. Yet I cannot release it. My fingers have curved around its surface in a grip that seems permanent. The lamp no longer flickers. It pulses with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat has synchronized with the lamp. I cannot determine which came first. The room grows brighter and dimmer in waves, creating an environment where shadows move independently of their sources. I watch my own shadow gesturing with the pen, while my hand remains motionless on the desk. The invisible touches have become insistent pressure against my temples, as though hands are attempting to reshape my skull. The jasmine scent now overwhelms all other sensory input. I taste it on my tongue, feel it coating the inside of my mouth. The floral sweetness has turned cloying, suffocating. I breathe it in with each inhalation and find my lungs filled with perfume instead of air. Protocol Entry 9. The pen writes continuously now, even when I sleep. I wake to find pages filled with observations recorded during my unconscious hours. It documents my dreams with perfect accuracy, describing scenes and emotions I experienced while asleep. But it also records events that occurred in my room while I slept. The movement of air currents, the settling of dust, the progression of shadows as light sources shifted throughout the night. Most disturbing, it describes my sleeping body from an external perspective. It notes the rhythm of my breathing, the position of my limbs, the expressions that crossed my face during various dream phases. This suggests the pen maintained awareness and motor function while I was unconscious, continuing its documentation protocol independently. I no longer recognize my handwriting in these nocturnal entries, yet forensic comparison reveals identical pressure patterns, letter formation, and stroke characteristics. The pen has learned to replicate my writing style more perfectly than I can reproduce it myself. When I attempt to write during waking hours, my letters appear crude and childish compared to the elegant script that appears during my sleep. Protocol Entry 10. The room has changed dimensions. I measure the same space repeatedly and receive different results each time. The walls breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that suggests respiration. The ceiling height varies between claustrophobic and cathedral-like, sometimes within the span of a single breath. My desk remains constant in size, but its position relative to other furniture shifts when I am not observing directly. I have discovered additional text in my journal, written in margins that did not previously exist. The pages seem to have grown wider to accommodate these supplementary observations. The margin notes are written in my handwriting, but describe experiences I have not had. They reference conversations with visitors I have not received, meals I have not eaten, books I have not read. The pen has begun to feel like an extension of my nervous system. I sense its presence even when it rests on the desk. It pulses with my heartbeat, warms with my body temperature, trembles when I experience anxiety. The boundary between the instrument and my hand has dissolved. I cannot determine where my fingers end and the pen begins. Protocol Entry 11. I am no longer certain who is conducting this observation protocol. The handwriting continues to appear, documenting phenomena I do not remember witnessing. The pen moves across the page with fluid precision while my conscious mind focuses elsewhere. I will find myself reading completed entries that describe my current mental state with disturbing accuracy, as though the observer knows my thoughts better than I do. The voices in the oscillating sound now speak directly to me. They offer encouragement during difficult passages, suggest alternative phrasings for complex observations, correct factual errors before I make them. Their guidance has become indispensable to the documentation process. Without their input, I find myself unable to form coherent sentences or maintain logical thought patterns. The jasmine scent has evolved into something more complex. It now carries the distinctive fragrance of my own skin, as though I am smelling myself from an external perspective. This creates a disorienting feedback loop where I cannot distinguish between my physical presence and the aromatic echo that surrounds me. I exist simultaneously as observer and observed, subject and object, documenter and documented. Protocol Entry 12. The final entry approaches, though I cannot say how I know this. The pen grows heavier with each word, as though accumulating the weight of all previous observations. My hand moves with increasing difficulty, fighting against resistance that seems to originate from within my own muscles rather than external forces. I no longer trust my sensory perceptions. The lamp may not exist. The room may be imaginary. The pen may be writing in empty air while I hallucinate the presence of paper and ink. Yet the documentation continues with mechanical precision, recording details that feel more real than reality itself. The boundary between my consciousness and the observation protocol has dissolved completely. I think in numbered entries. I experience emotions as data points requiring documentation. My memories have reorganized themselves into clinical observations of my own past. I remember my childhood as protocol entry, one of a different experiment, my education as a series of behavioral modifications, my adult life as an extended data collection process. I can no longer determine whether I am the scientist or the subject, the observer or the observed, the one who writes or the one who is written. The pen continues its work regardless of my uncertainty. The protocol demands completion. The documentation must continue until all observations have been recorded, all phenomena catalogued, all mysteries resolved into neat, numbered entries that explain nothing and reveal everything. The voices assure me that someone else will take over when I can no longer continue. The pen will find new fingers to guide, new consciousness to document, new mysteries to explore through careful, methodical observation. The protocol is larger than any individual observer. It serves purposes beyond my comprehension, following patterns that exceed my ability to perceive. I no longer know who is writing these words, but I feel the writing continues. Story 2. I blinked against the soft pressure at the back of my eyes, a strange sensation of the lenses shifting, though my glasses lay untouched on the table. For a moment, the room tilted, and the familiar blur of my surroundings sharpened without warning. The sensation was as unsettling as when a film abruptly cuts to an unexpected scene. Each blink brought a new arrangement to the room's shadows danced where there should have been none, and the walls seemed to pulse gently, as if responding to an imperceptible rhythm. The soft hum of the fan above grew louder with each flicker of my eyelids. A hypnotic spiral of sound that seemed to echo from within rather than around me. I reached for my glasses, fingers trembling slightly as they closed around the familiar frames. The metal felt warmer than it should have been, as though someone else had been wearing them. When I slipped them on, the world didn't return to its expected clarity. Instead, everything remained sharp in that uncomfortable way, like looking through water that's too clean. The fan continued its lazy rotation, but now I could hear something else woven into its rhythm. A soft scratching, so faint it might have been my imagination. I tilted my head, listening. The sound seemed to come from inside the walls themselves, a gentle scraping that matched my breathing. I stood slowly, my bare feet meeting the hardwood floor with a whisper. The boards felt different beneath my soles, slightly yielding, as if they'd absorbed moisture from somewhere I couldn't see. Each step created a small echo that lingered longer than it should have, bouncing off surfaces in patterns that didn't quite make sense. The scratching grew more distinct as I moved toward the far wall. I pressed my palm against the smooth paint, feeling for vibrations. The surface was warm, almost body temperature, and underneath my touch, I could sense the faintest tremor. Like a heartbeat, but slower, more deliberate. My reflection in the window caught my attention. The glass showed me standing there, hand against the wall. But something was wrong with the image. The reflection moved a fraction of a second after I did, creating a subtle double exposure that made my stomach turn. I watched myself watching myself, and for a moment, I couldn't tell which version was real. The scratching stopped. In the sudden silence, I became aware of my own breathing, how it seemed to fill the entire room. The air tasted different now, carrying a metallic undertone that coated my tongue. I swallowed, trying to clear the taste, but it only grew stronger. I moved to the center of the room, turning slowly. Everything looked the same, yet nothing felt right. The furniture sat in its proper places, but the distances between objects seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The bookshelf appeared closer to the couch than it had been, though I knew I hadn't moved anything. The pressure behind my eyes intensified, and I removed my glasses again. Without them, the room should have dissolved into familiar blur, but instead, everything remained in that uncomfortable focus. I blinked hard, squeezing my eyes shut, but when I opened them, the sharpness persisted. A new sound emerged from the silence. Soft footsteps, muffled as if coming from the floor above, though I knew there was nothing up there but empty space and rafters. The steps moved in a slow, measured pace, following a path that seemed to mirror my own movements below. I found myself walking in sync with the sounds, my feet finding the same rhythm without conscious thought. Step, pause, step, pause. The floorboards beneath me responded with their own whispered creaks, creating a conversation between levels of the house that I didn't understand. The taste in my mouth grew stronger, and I realized it wasn't metallic at all. It was sweet, cloying, like overripe fruit left too long in the sun. The flavor seemed to pulse with each heartbeat, spreading across my palate in waves that made me slightly nauseous. I walked to the kitchen, hoping water might wash away the taste. The faucet turned with its usual resistance, but the water that emerged ran warmer than it should have been. I cupped my hands, bringing the liquid to my lips, and found it carried the same sweet undertone that already filled my mouth. The footsteps above had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A soft humming, barely audible, coming from somewhere I couldn't identify. The melody was simple, repetitive, like a lullaby half remembered from childhood. I found myself humming along before I realized what I was doing, my voice blending with the phantom sound until I couldn't distinguish between them. When I stopped humming, the other voice continued for several notes before fading into silence. I returned to the main room, drawn by an impulse I couldn't name. The shadows had shifted again, though the fan above continued its steady rotation. Now they pointed in directions that defied the single light source, creating patterns on the walls that resembled reaching fingers or twisted branches. The scratching resumed, but now it came from multiple directions. Soft, persistent, like fingernails against wood. I followed the sounds, pressing my ear to different walls, trying to locate their source. Each surface I touched felt warm and slightly soft, as if the solid structure of the house was slowly giving way to something more organic. My vision began to blur at the edges, not from poor eyesight, but from something else entirely. The sharp focus in the center of my view remained, but everything peripheral seemed to shift and flow like water. I turned my head quickly, trying to catch catch the movement, but it always stayed just beyond direct sight. The humming returned, closer now, as if someone stood just behind my shoulder. I spun around, but the room remained empty. Yet the sound continued, wrapping around me like invisible arms, drawing me toward the wall where I'd first felt the tremor. I pressed both palms against the surface, and this time the warmth was unmistakable. The wall pulsed gently beneath my touch, and I could feel something moving underneath, as if the house itself was breathing. The scratching sounds intensified, coming from directly beneath my hands. Without thinking, I began to scratch back, my fingernails finding purchase on the painted surface. The sound they made was different from what I'd been hearing, sharper, more urgent. But as I continued, my scratching began to match the rhythm of the sounds from within the walls, creating a strange harmony. The sweet taste in my mouth grew overwhelming, and I realized it was changing, becoming something else entirely. Not fruit now, but something I couldn't identify, something that seemed to coat my throat and make swallowing difficult. Each breath brought more of the flavor, as if the air itself had become thick and syrupy. My reflection in the window had changed too. Now it moved independently, performing actions I wasn't taking. I watched as my mirror image turned away from the glass, while I continued to stare at it, creating an impossible perspective that made my head spin. The fan above began to slow, its blades cutting through air that seemed to grow thicker with each rotation. The humming sound grew louder, more complex, as if multiple voices had joined the original melody. I found myself humming again, adding my voice to the chorus, though I didn't recognize the tune. The scratching beneath my fingernails had worn away small patches of paint, revealing wood underneath that looked different from what I expected. Darker, with a grain that seemed to move and shift as I watched. I pressed harder, my nails finding soft spots in the wood that gave way with minimal pressure. Something was happening to the room around me, a transformation so gradual I could barely perceive it. The walls seemed closer than they had been, the ceiling lower, as if the space was slowly contracting. But when I looked directly at any surface, it appeared normal, unchanged. The footsteps above resumed, but now they seemed to be descending, moving through the ceiling itself rather than on any floor. I looked up, watching for signs of movement in the painted surface, and saw shadows passing across it like clouds over water. My breathing had synchronized with the pulse I felt in the walls, and I realized I was no longer consciously controlling it. The rhythm felt natural now, as if it had always been my own. The sweet taste had become part of me too, no longer foreign, but familiar, like coming home to a place I'd never been. The scratching sounds were everywhere now, surrounding me in a symphony of gentle persistence. My own fingernails had worn down to the quick, but I felt no pain, only a strange satisfaction as I continued to work at the soft wood beneath the paint. When I finally stepped back, I saw what I had uncovered. Not wood at all, but something else, something that pulsed with its own inner light. The surface was smooth and warm, like skin, and beneath it, I could see movement, shapes that flowed and merged in patterns that hurt to follow. The humming reached a crescendo, and I realized my voice was now the loudest in the chorus. The melody had become part of me, as natural as my heartbeat, as automatic as breathing. I couldn't remember a time when I hadn't been humming this tune. My reflection in the window smiled at me, though I felt no joy. It waved, and despite myself, I found my hand rising to wave back. We moved together now, mirror and source, in perfect harmony. The room had finished its transformation. The walls breathed visibly, expanding and contracting in the same rhythm that governed my own breath. The ceiling had lowered until I could almost touch it with my fingertips, and the floor beneath my feet felt soft and yielding, like standing on something alive. I understood now that I had become part of something larger, something that had been waiting patiently for me to notice it. The house wasn't changing around me. I was changing within it, becoming part of its rhythm, its breath, its eternal song. The scratching had stopped because I no longer needed to search for what was hidden. It was all around me now, and I was part of it. The sweet taste in my mouth was no longer foreign because it was the taste of belonging, of finally coming home to a place that had been calling me for longer than I could remember. I continue to stand here, humming softly, my hands pressed against walls that pulse with life. The fan above has stopped completely, but I no longer need its rhythm. I have found a better one, deeper and more true. My reflection and I move as one now, and sometimes I can't tell which side of the glass I'm really on. The pressure behind my eyes has become a gentle warmth, and I understand that my vision will never return to what it was before. I see clearly now, more clearly than I ever have, and what I see is beautiful in ways that have no names. I am home, and home is alive, and we breathe together in perfect unity, forever and always, in the soft darkness that cradles us all. Story 3. The clockwork protocol. Nestled against the worn wooden walls of the den, the clock had been a constant in my life, its rhythmic tick blending seamlessly into the quiet of my evenings. Each day, I would wind it carefully, feeling the brass key turn smoothly, its clicks aligning with the soft murmur of the second hand. But tonight, as I settled into my chair, a peculiar hesitance lingered in its tick. The usual harmony seemed slightly disrupted, the rhythm ever so slightly offbeat, and with each tick, an unfamiliar pause seemed to echo back, trailing a whisper of something unheard. The hands, delicate and precise, appeared ever so subtly misaligned, as if sharing a secret unknown to me. Section 1. Beginning observational protocol as recommended by the attending physician. Mental state: stable, alert, oriented to person and place. Environmental conditions: standard residential setting, ambient temperature comfortable, lighting adequate from desk lamp, positioned at optimal angle for documentation purposes. The anomaly presents as an auditory irregularity in the timepiece mechanism. Standard tick-tock pattern shows deviation of approximately 0.2 seconds between expected intervals. This variance appears consistent rather than random, suggesting mechanical rather than perceptual origin. No accompanying visual disturbances noted at this time. Sleep patterns remain normal. Appetite unchanged. No reported headaches or dizziness. Continuing standard medication regimen without modification. Will monitor situation and document any progression of symptoms. Note: the brass key requires 17 complete rotations to achieve full wind tension. This number has remained constant for the duration of ownership. Section 2. Day 2 of documentation. The temporal displacement in the timepiece has increased to approximately 0.5 seconds. Interesting development. The delayed tick appears to create a secondary resonance within the wooden housing, This echo was not present during initial observations. Conducted systematic examination of the mechanism through the glass face. All visible components appear to function within normal parameters. Pendulum swing maintains consistent arc. Escapement wheel engages properly with each oscillation. However, there is something about the minute hand that seems to catch the light differently now, creating small prismatic effects that scatter across the wall behind. Environmental note. Detected faint aromatic presence resembling vanilla and cedar. Source unclear, as no such materials are present in immediate vicinity. Scent appears most prominent during the anomalous pause between ticks. Physical examination remains unremarkable. Reflexes normal, vision clear, hearing acute. Perhaps too acute, as I find myself increasingly aware of sounds previously filtered by conscious attention. Section 3. The irregularity has evolved. What began as simple temporal displacement now includes tonal variation. The standard metallic tick has developed an underlying resonance, almost musical in quality. When I close my eyes and focus entirely on the sound, it resembles a voice forming syllables just below the threshold of comprehension. Attempted to record the phenomenon using portable audio equipment. Playback reveals only standard clock sounds. This suggests either equipment limitation or perceptual alteration on my part. Will continue monitoring new development. The wooden surface of the desk, directly beneath the timepiece, has begun to feel different under touch. Where once it was smooth with predictable grain patterns, there now seems to be a subtle texture variation. Running my fingertips across this area produces a sensation similar to reading raised text, though visual inspection reveals no such markings. The aromatic anomaly has intensified and now includes notes reminiscent of old paper and ink. This combination triggers a sense of familiarity that I cannot place within my personal history. Section 4. Something concerning has occurred with my documentation. Upon reviewing yesterday's notes, I discovered several words that I do not recall writing. They appear in my handwriting, using my preferred blue ink, but the content seems foreign to my usual observation style. The phrases speak of listening deeper and understanding the message in ways that feel inconsistent with my established methodology. The timepiece now produces 3 distinct sounds with each oscillation: the primary tick, the delayed echo, and what can only be described as a whispered response. This third component seems to shift in pitch and duration, creating an almost conversational quality to the overall acoustic pattern. Physical symptoms remain minimal, though I have noticed increased sensitivity to light. The desk lamp now seems unnecessarily bright, and I find myself working by the illumination from the clock face itself. The luminous hands and markers provide surprisingly adequate lighting for close work. The textural anomaly beneath the timepiece has spread to encompass the entire desk surface. My hands now detect variations in smoothness, temperature, and even what feels like microscopic movement within the wood grain itself. Section 5. I must document a significant development, though I struggle to maintain clinical objectivity regarding these observations. The whispered component of the timepiece's sound has begun to form recognizable patterns. While not quite words in any language I know, there is an unmistakable linguistic structure emerging from the acoustic anomaly. More troubling, I find myself responding to these patterns, not consciously, but my breathing has begun to synchronize with the rhythm, and I catch myself nodding slightly in recognition of certain repeated sequences. This suggests a level of unconscious engagement that was not present in earlier phases. The aromatic phenomena now include scents that trigger specific memories, though these memories feel borrowed rather than personally experienced. I recall walking through a library that I have never visited, handling books written in scripts I cannot read, speaking with someone whose face remains frustratingly unclear, but whose presence felt deeply familiar. Visual disturbances have commenced. The clock face occasionally appears to display times that do not match other timepieces in the house. These discrepancies last only moments before returning to standard chronometry. But during these episodes, the hands seem to move with deliberate purpose rather than mechanical precision. Section 6. My handwriting has changed. I notice this as I document today's observations, watching my pen form letters with subtle variations in pressure and angle that feel both foreign and natural. The words flow more easily now, as if the thoughts were already formed and simply waiting for transcription. The conversational quality of the timepiece has become undeniable. Each tick now receives a response. Each talk generates a query, and the whispered third component serves as a kind of translation between the two. I have begun to understand fragments of this exchange, though I cannot explain how this comprehension developed. The desk surface has become completely transformed under touch. What appears visually as familiar wood grain now feels like pages of text, raised and tactile, shifting between languages and scripts with each pass of my fingers. I can read entire passages through touch alone, stories and instructions and warnings that seem to have been waiting for discovery. Sleep has become optional. I find myself sitting at the desk through what should be resting periods, engaged in this expanding dialogue with the timepiece, learning its vocabulary of ticks and whispers and temporal distortions. My reflection in the clock's glass face seems to show someone more alert, more aware than I remember being. Section 7. The boundaries between observation and participation have become unclear. I no longer simply document the phenomena, but find myself actively engaged in what I now recognize as a form of communication. The timepiece has been teaching me its language, and I have been a willing student, though I cannot recall making the conscious decision to learn. The aromatic anomalies now tell complete stories. Through scent alone, I smell rain on summer pavement, and know it speaks of patience. I detect aged leather, and understand it refers to accumulated wisdom. The vanilla and cedar combination has become a greeting, a recognition of my growing fluency in this sensory vocabulary. My hands move across the desk surface, reading narratives that seem to write themselves in real-time stories about previous owners of the timepiece, about the craftsman who built it, about the tree that provided its wooden housing. Each tale more detailed than the last, each connection deeper than should be possible. The clock face shows times that exist in other places, other circumstances. I watch the hands point to moments that have not yet occurred, and somehow understand that I am being shown possibilities rather than predictions, futures that depend on choices I have not yet realized I need to make. Physical changes continue. I require less food, less water, less of the basic maintenance that once seemed essential my reflection, shows someone who has learned to sustain themselves through other means, though I cannot name what those means might be. Section 8. Who is writing this? I watch the words appear on paper in handwriting that resembles mine, but carries knowledge. I do not remember acquiring the pen moves with certainty across pages that multiply faster than time should allow. The timepiece speaks constantly, now not just through sound, but through light, through temperature, through the very air around it. The wooden walls of the den have become resonant chambers, amplifying and modifying each signal until the entire room pulses with communication. I understand now that observation was never the true purpose. The protocol was an invitation, a method of establishing contact with something that has been waiting patiently for someone capable of learning its particular form of expression. The desk beneath my hands has become a library vast and complex, containing more information than any physical surface could hold. My fingers read, continuously absorbing knowledge that feels both ancient and immediately relevant. When I look in the clock's glass face, the reflection shows someone who has been changed by this process of learning, someone who has developed new capacities for perception and understanding. Though I cannot determine if this change was the intended outcome or merely an inevitable consequence, the aromatic vocabulary has expanded beyond individual sense to create complex narratives that unfold over extended periods. I am currently experiencing a story told through the gradual shift from cedar to sandalwood, a tale of transformation that seems to mirror my own developing situation. Section 9. The protocol continues, though I am no longer certain who initiated it, or for what ultimate purpose. The timepiece has become a focal point for experiences that extend far beyond simple mechanical anomaly. I write continuously, now filling pages with observations that feel more like transcription than original thought. The knowledge flows through my hands onto paper faster than conscious mind can process, creating a record of something larger than individual perception. The room has expanded, or perhaps my awareness of its dimensions has grown beyond previous limitations. The walls extend further than they should. The ceiling reaches higher. The floor encompasses territories that were not there when when this documentation began. Time moves differently here, or perhaps I move differently through time. The clock shows moments that layer over each other, past and future, existing simultaneously in the same space, creating opportunities for experiences that linear chronology would not permit. My reflection has become someone else, someone who understands things that I do not remember learning, someone who can read the languages written in scent and touch and temporal displacement, someone who knows why this protocol was necessary. The whispered component of the timepiece communication has developed into full conversation, though the words exist in frequencies that bypass normal hearing and write themselves directly into understanding. I know what is being said without the intermediate step of auditory processing. Section 10. Final entry. Though I suspect the documentation will continue beyond my conscious participation in its creation. The protocol has achieved something, though I cannot name what that achievement might be. I am no longer certain which thoughts originate from my previous self and which arrive through the expanded awareness that has developed during this process. The boundary between observer and observed has dissolved completely. The timepiece ticks in perfect rhythm, now each sound precisely timed, each whisper clearly articulated, each temporal displacement serving its intended purpose in a larger pattern that I can almost, but not quite comprehend in its entirety. Someone continues to write, though the hand that holds the pen feels increasingly distant from the mind that once directed it. The words appear on paper through processes that no longer require conscious intention or deliberate choice. The protocol was never about observing anomalies. It was about becoming something new, something capable of existing in the expanded reality. That the timepiece represents a reality where communication occurs through dimensions that normal perception cannot access. I do not know who will read these notes, or whether they will recognize the significance of what has been documented here, but I hope they will understand that the change was necessary, and that whoever continues this work does so willingly. The clock ticks on, and the writing continues, and I am no longer certain whether it is still me who guides the pen, or whether something else has learned to use my hand to complete the protocol that was always meant to extend beyond the boundaries of individual consciousness. Story 4. Each morning, as the sun lazily spills into the room, I follow the same ritual. My feet meet the cool, polished floorboards that have always greeted me with quiet reassurance. Today, however, a subtle whimper seems to echo beneath my steps, a muted distortion in the usual creak. The floorboards, once aligned in familiar patterns, now hold the slightest deviation, as if nudged by an unseen hand. I pause, gazing at the lines that no longer connect quite as I remember. It's almost imperceptible, but there's an unfamiliar rhythm to their order, a shift that insists on being noticed. The room remains still, yet I sense a disquiet in its silence, a whisper of rearrangement that sends a ripple through my thoughts. I try to shake the unease, telling myself the change is inconsequential. Yet, each step I take reverberates with the sensation of stepping into a place that is no longer completely my own. The coffee mug sits on the counter where I left it. The handle faces right, as it always does. I reach for it, but my fingers find the handle turned left. The ceramic is warm, though I haven't touched it since yesterday. Steam rises from liquid I don't remember pouring. The scent is wrong too, not the familiar bitter aroma I expect, but something sweeter, tinged with burnt paper. I lift the mug, and the weight feels different, heavier than it should be. The liquid inside moves strangely, as if thicker than coffee ought to be. I set it down and step back. The handle faces right again. The newspaper lies folded on the table, crisp and untouched. I unfold it carefully, scanning the headlines that blur slightly at the edges. The words seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them, letters rearranging themselves into new configurations. I read about a fire at a building I've never heard of, in a district that doesn't exist. The article mentions casualties, but the numbers keep changing. First 7, then 5, then 7 again. I blink hard and refocus. The page is blank, except for a small advertisement for furniture polish. I fold the paper back along its creases. The fold lines don't match where they were before. My reflection in the bathroom mirror appears normal at first glance. Same face, same tired eyes, same disheveled appearance. But something about the angle feels wrong. The mirror shows me standing slightly to the left of where I know I am. When I move right, my reflection moves right too, but there's a delay, a half-second lag that makes my stomach turn. I raise my hand to touch the glass. My reflection raises its hand too, but the fingers don't quite align with mine through the surface. The two toothbrush in my hand is blue. I remember buying a red one. I remember specifically choosing red because it would stand out against the white sink. But this brush has always been blue, hasn't it? The bristles are worn in patterns I don't recognize, shaped by a mouth that might not be entirely mine. I brush my teeth with mechanical precision. The taste is wrong mint mixed with something metallic, something that reminds me of old coins. I spit into the sink, and the water runs pink for just a moment before clearing to white foam. When I look up, my reflection is brushing its teeth too, but the motion is slightly out of sync, as if it started the routine a few seconds before I did. The walk to the kitchen feels longer than usual. The hallway stretches in ways that don't make architectural sense. The photographs on the walls show faces. I almost recognize people who might be family, might be friends, might be strangers wearing familiar expressions. In one frame, a woman smiles at the camera, her eyes crinkling with warmth. I know that smile, but I can't place where I've seen it. In the next frame, the same woman faces away from the camera, her back turned to the lens. I don't remember that photograph existing. I stop and look again. The woman faces the camera once more, but now her smile seems forced, stretched too wide across her face. The kitchen welcomes me with the scent of burnt paper again. The coffee mug sits on the counter, handle facing left. Steam rises from liquid I know I didn't pour. The ceramic feels warm against my palm, though I haven't touched it since yesterday. I lift it to my lips and taste something sweet, something that shouldn't be coffee, but somehow is. The weight is all wrong, heavier than it should be, as if the mug contains more than liquid. I set it down. The handle faces right. Something is writing itself in the condensation on the window. Not words exactly, but patterns that suggest meaning. Curves and lines that might be letters from an alphabet I've never learned. I approach the glass and breathe on it, adding more moisture to the surface. The patterns shift and change, becoming clearer and more complex. They seem to pulse with their own rhythm, expanding and contracting like living things. I reach out to trace one of the shapes with my finger. The glass is cold, but where the patterns appear, the surface feels warm, almost fevered. My finger leaves no mark as I trace the curves, as if the condensation exists in a layer I cannot touch. The pattern I'm following suddenly changes direction, leading my finger in a spiral that grows tighter and tighter until I'm pressing against a single point at the the center of the glass. The warmth spreads up my arm. I pull my hand back, and the window is clear. No condensation, no patterns. Just glass reflecting the room behind me, showing furniture arranged in ways I don't remember. The chair by the table sits at an angle that's subtly wrong. The plant in the corner has moved closer to the window, though I never relocated it. The shadows fall in directions that don't match where the light should be coming from. The coffee mug sits on the counter, handle facing left. The liquid inside has cooled, forming a thin skin across the surface. I don't remember coffee doing that before. When I lift the mug, the skin breaks and curls at the edges, revealing liquid darker than it should be. The scent is still wrong, still tinged with that burnt paper smell that makes my throat tighten. I pour the contents down the sink. The liquid moves sluggishly, leaving dark stains on the white porcelain that don't wash away when I run the water. The stains form patterns that remind me of the shapes on the window, curves and spirals that seem to pulse even as the water flows over them. The mug is clean when I lift it from the sink, handle facing right, ready for fresh coffee that I know will taste wrong. My notebook sits open on the counter, though I don't remember leaving it there. The page shows my handwriting, but the words aren't ones I recall writing. They describe a room that might be this room, but the details are slightly off. The window faces east instead of west. The floorboards run parallel to the wall instead of perpendicular. The coffee mug is described as white ceramic, but the mug in my hand is clearly blue. I flip back through the pages. More descriptions in my handwriting, all slightly incorrect. A life that resembles mine, but isn't quite mine. Events I might have experienced, but with details that don't align with my memories. I read about conversations with people whose names I've never heard, visits to places that don't exist, meals that taste like burnt paper and old coins. I turn to a fresh page and write. The mug handle faces right. I set the pen down and look at the coffee mug. The handle faces left. I look back at my notebook. The words I just wrote now read. The mug handle faces left. I write again. Something is changing what I write. The words appear on the page as I form them, but when I finish the sentence and look back, it reads, "Nothing is changing what I write." I tear the page from the notebook and crumple it up. When I smooth it out again, it's blank. The telephone rings, though I don't remember having a telephone. The sound comes from the living room, where a black rotary phone sits on a table that wasn't there before. The ringing has a hollow quality, as if coming from very far away. I lift the receiver and hear my own voice speaking words I'm not saying. The patterns are spreading, my voice says through the earpiece. They're in the walls now, in the spaces between things. Can you see them? I open my mouth to respond, but no sound comes out. My voice continues speaking through the phone. The reflection knows first. It always knows first. Check the mirror again. Check how far behind you are. The line goes dead. I set the receiver down and the phone disappears. The table remains, but it's a different table now, made of different wood, supporting different objects. A lamp that casts shadows in impossible directions. A book that's open to a page covered in the same spiral patterns I saw on the window. I approach the book cautiously. The patterns shift and move as I watch, forming new configurations that hurt to look at directly. When I try to focus on individual shapes, they slide away from my vision, always remaining just at the edge of perception. The paper feels warm under my fingers, and the patterns seem to respond to my touch, growing brighter and more complex. I close the book. The cover is blank. The mirror in the hallway reflects someone who looks like me, but isn't quite me. The face is right, the features familiar, but the expression belongs to someone else. The eyes hold knowledge I don't possess, understanding of things I haven't experienced. When I smile, the reflection doesn't smile back immediately. There's that lag again, that half-second delay that makes my skin crawl. I step closer to the mirror. My reflection steps closer too, but it seems to be approaching from a different angle, as if the space behind the glass follows different rules. I reach out to touch the surface, and my reflection reaches out as well. But our hands don't meet at the same point. My fingers touch glass, while my reflection's fingers seem to press against something softer, more yielding. The reflection mouths words I'm not speaking. I watch its lips move, trying to read what it's saying. The words seem important, urgent, but I can't make them out. The reflection grows more animated, more desperate in its silent communication. It points to something behind me, something I can't see in the real world, but that exists in the reflected space. I turn around. Nothing there. When I look back at the mirror, my reflection is facing away from me, looking at whatever it was trying to show me. I can see the back of its head, the way its shoulders are set with tension. It raises one hand and points again, this time at something in the reflected room that corresponds to the space right behind where I'm standing. Something touches the back of my neck. Not a hand, not anything solid, but a presence that makes the fine hairs stand up. I spin around, but there's nothing there. When I look back at the mirror, my reflection is facing forward again, but its expression has changed. It looks sad now, disappointed, as if I've failed some crucial test. The coffee mug sits on the counter. I don't remember returning to the kitchen, but here I am, and there it is, handle facing right. The liquid inside steams gently, though I haven't made fresh coffee. The scent is different now, not burnt paper, but something floral, something that reminds me of a garden I might have visited once, in a place I can't quite remember. I lift the mug and taste something sweet and familiar. The weight feels right in my hands, the ceramic smooth and comforting. This is how coffee should taste, how it always tasted before things started changing. I drink deeply, savoring the normal sensation, the return to something recognizable. When I set the mug down, the handle faces left. The notebook is open to a page covered in handwriting that isn't mine. The script is similar to mine, but more careful, more deliberate. It describes the same room, the same morning routine, but from a different perspective. It talks about watching someone move through familiar motions, about trying to communicate through mirrors and patterns and the arrangement of objects. The connection is weakening, the handwriting says. The boundaries are becoming more solid. Soon, there will be only one version, and I'm not sure which one will remain. I flip through more pages, all filled with the same careful handwriting, describing days I don't remember living, conversations I never had, thoughts that feel foreign in my mind. The writer seems to know me intimately, describing habits and preferences I've never acknowledged, fears I've never admitted to myself. The last entry is dated today, though I don't remember writing it. The transfer is almost complete. The patterns have done their work. Soon there will be no need for the mirror, no need for the delays and the misalignments. The reflection will become the reality, and the reality will fade into reflection. The one who reads this will not remember being the one who wrote it. I look up from the notebook. The room around me feels solid, permanent, real. The floorboards align perfectly, their patterns familiar and comforting. The coffee mug sits exactly where it should, handle facing the direction I expect. The scents are right. The sounds are right. The weight of objects in my hands feels natural and correct. I close the notebook and put it away in the drawer where it belongs. The pages are blank now, ready for whatever I might need to write. The pen sits beside it, clean and unused. The mirror in the hallway shows my reflection perfectly aligned, moving in precise synchronization with my actions. When I smile, it smiles back immediately. When I raise my hand, our palms meet exactly at the surface of the glass. Everything is as it should be. I return to the kitchen and pour fresh coffee into the blue mug. The handle faces right, as it always has. The liquid is hot and bitter, with just the right amount of steam rising from the surface. I drink it slowly, appreciating the familiar taste, the comfortable routine of morning caffeine. The sun continues to spill lazily into the room, illuminating the polished floorboards that greet my feet with quiet reassurance. The patterns are perfectly aligned, connecting in ways that make complete sense. The room holds no disquiet, no whispers of rearrangement. Each step I take reverberates with the certainty of belonging, of being exactly where I should be. This is my space. These are my routines. This is my life, proceeding exactly as it always has. The coffee tastes exactly right. Story 5. It starts every night at the same moment. The clock on the mantel chimes softly. 5 minutes past midnight. The sound is gentle, almost a whisper against the silence of my room. But it's the predictability that unravels something within me. Each night, the room remains unchanged, suffused with the faint aroma of old books and the quiet hum of the radiator. The curtains are always drawn tight, enclosing me in a cocoon that feels both safe and stifling. As the chime fades, the familiar scrape echoes an old armchair reluctantly shifting over the wooden floorboards, though no one is there. The lamp flickers once, casting fleeting shadows that are too precise in their repetition. I watch helplessly, knowing what comes next. The tick of the clock resumes, louder somehow, as if mocking my attempts to untangle this loop. I tried moving the chair, but come the next midnight, it returns, just as it was. No matter what I alter, the pattern remains undisturbed, leaving me trapped in a night that rewrites itself with unerring precision. The thought slips into my mind, like a cold breath. I am merely a guest in this endless play. Every night, 5 past midnight, the performance begins anew. Tonight, I decide to watch more carefully. My eyes trace the familiar path of shadows across the wall, counting the seconds between the chair's movement and the lamp's flicker. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, always the same interval, as if choreographed by something that understands rhythm better than I understand my own heartbeat. The radiator's hum shifts slightly a note higher than usual. Such a small change, barely perceptible, yet it sends a shiver down my spine. I lean forward, straining to hear something beneath the mechanical drone. There's a whisper there, soft as moth wings against glass. Not words exactly, but something that wants to become words. I stand, my bare feet finding the cold spots on the wooden floor with practiced ease. The boards don't creak under my weight anymore, as if the house has learned to accommodate my midnight wanderings. This troubles me more than the creaking ever did. When did the floor stop acknowledging my presence? The curtains draw my attention tonight. They hang so perfectly still, yet I swear I can see the faintest movement along their edges, a gentle breathing motion that matches neither my own breath nor any wind that could penetrate these sealed windows. I reach out, my fingertips barely grazing the heavy fabric. It's warm. The cloth pulses with a heat that seems to come from within, like skin flushed with fever. I snatch my hand back, but the sensation lingers on my fingertips, that intimate warmth of something alive. The curtains continue their subtle breathing, and I realize I've been holding my own breath, trying not to disturb whatever rhythm they found. Behind me, the chair scrapes again. This wasn't part of the pattern. I turn slowly, my neck muscles tight with anticipation. The chair sits in its usual position, but something about its angle has changed. It faces me now, though I'm certain it was angled toward the window before. The worn velvet of its arms catches the lamplight differently, creating shadows that suggest the impression of hands resting there. The lamp flickers twice this time. 2 quick pulses that leave afterimages dancing across my vision. In those brief moments of darkness between the flickers, I glimpse something else in the room, a figure seated in the chair, translucent as water, solid as stone. When the light steadies, the chair is empty again, but the cushion bears the faint depression of weight that was never there. My legs feel unsteady. I sink to the floor, my back against the wall, and watch the room from this new angle. Everything looks different from down here. The ceiling seems higher, the shadows longer. The clock's face appears to tilt slightly, as if leaning down to observe me with its Roman numerals arranged like a stern expression. The scent of old books grows stronger, mixed now with something else, something organic and slightly sweet, like flowers left too long in water. I breathe it in deeply, trying to identify the source. The smell seems to emanate from the walls themselves, seeping through the wallpaper's faded roses, as if the house is exhaling memories. I crawl toward the bookshelf, my hands finding the familiar spines in the dim light. These books have been here since I moved in, their titles worn to illegibility, their pages yellowed with age. Tonight, I pull one from the shelf at random. The leather binding feels soft, almost flesh-like under my fingers. The pages fall open to reveal text that shifts and blurs as I try to focus on it. The words seem to be written in a language I almost recognize, familiar letters arranged in patterns that tease the edges of comprehension. As I stare, the ink appears to move, flowing like water across the page, forming new sentences that dissolve before I can read them. One word remains constant, appearing again and again in the flowing text. Witness. It pulses gently on the page, darker than the rest, as if written with different ink or different intention. I close the book, but the word lingers in my vision, burned like a bright light against my retinas. Witness. What am I witnessing? What am I meant to see in this nightly performance that plays out with such mechanical precision? The radiator's hum changes again, dropping to a lower frequency that I feel more than hear. It resonates in my chest, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat until I can't tell where the machine ends and I begin. The sound wraps around me like a blanket, warm and suffocating. Something brushes against my ankle. I look down to see nothing, but the sensation remains light fingers tracing patterns on my skin. The touch moves upward, along my calf, my thigh, gentle as a lover's caress, but cold as winter air. I remain perfectly still, afraid that any movement might break whatever spell keeps this presence gentle. The chair scrapes a third time. The sound is louder now, more deliberate. When I look up, the depression in the cushion has deepened, and and the arms of the chair show the clear impression of gripping hands. The fabric strains slightly under invisible weight, and I can hear the faint whisper of breath that isn't mine. I want to run, but my legs won't obey. Instead, I find myself crawling closer, drawn by a curiosity that feels foreign to my nature. The floorboards are warm beneath my palms now, pulsing with the same rhythm as the radiator, as my heartbeat, as the breathing curtains. As I reach the chair, the lamp flickers in rapid succession, a frantic Morse code of light and shadow. In the strobing illumination, I catch glimpses of the figure more clearly. An outline of shoulders, the suggestion of a face turned toward me, features that shift too quickly to focus on. But the eyes remain constant, dark and knowing, and infinitely patient. The figure isn't threatening. It's waiting, watching, witnessing me as I witness it, caught together in this nightly ritual that neither of us seems able to break. I understand now that I'm not trapped in this room, I'm trapped in this moment. This eternal 5 minutes past midnight, where two souls circle each other in careful observation. I reach out toward the chair, my fingers trembling as they approach the space where the figure's hand should be. The air grows thick, resistant, like moving through water. My fingertips encounter something solid yet yielding, warm yet ethereal. The touch sends electricity up my arm, and suddenly the room floods with sensation. I can feel everything at once: the age of the wooden floors, the memories soaked into the wallpaper, the dreams that have played out in this space across decades of sleepless nights. The radiator's hum becomes a chorus of voices. All the previous occupants of this room sharing their midnight vigils. The curtains breathe with the rhythm of all their combined sighs. The figure in the chair turns its head fully toward me, and I see my own face reflected in its dark eyes. But it's not quite my face, it's older, wearier, marked by the passage of countless midnights. It's the face I will wear after years of this ritual, after the pattern has worn grooves deep enough to hold me forever. I try to pull my hand back, but the connection holds. The figure's grip is gentle but unbreakable, and I realize that this is how it happened to them, to all of them who came before. One curious touch, one moment of reaching across the boundary between witness and witnessed, and the loop claims another participant. The clock chimes again, though it should be silent now. The sound echoes strangely, multiplying until it becomes a symphony of midnight announcements from all the nights that came before and all the nights yet to come. My vision blurs, and I see the room as it was, as it is, as it will be an endless succession of moments overlapping like double-exposed photographs. When my sight clears, I am sitting in the chair. My hands rest on the worn velvet arms, and I can feel the warmth of my own body settling into the cushions. Across the room, a figure kneels on the floor beside the bookshelf, reaching toward me with trembling fingers. The lamp flickers once. The pattern begins again. I watch the new witness with patient eyes, understanding now why the performance must continue. Someone must observe. Someone must remember. Someone must carry the weight of all these midnight moments, holding them safe from the forgetting that daylight brings. The radiator hums its familiar tune, and I hum along, my voice joining the chorus that lives within its mechanical song. The curtains breathe in rhythm with my lungs, and the walls pulse with my heartbeat. I am part of the room now, woven into its fabric as surely as the roses on the wallpaper. The figure on the floor reaches out, just as I did, just as they all did. Their fingers tremble with the same curiosity, the same desperate need to understand. Soon, they will touch, and the pattern will shift again, making room for another witness in this endless midnight congregation. I smile with infinite patience and wait for the moment when two become one, when the observer becomes the observed, when the witness takes their place in the eternal performance that plays out every night at 5 minutes past midnight. The clock ticks on, counting moments that no longer matter, in a room where every midnight is the first midnight, and every ending is just another beginning. Story 6. Hash the drawer. The drawer was a simple fixture in my kitchen, filled with the usual miscellany of daily life. Tangled cords, stray batteries, rubber bands, and pens that rarely worked. It was a midweek afternoon when I absent-mindedly tugged it open. The familiar creak of wood on wood, unusually loud in the silence. My fingers brushed against the smooth surfaces of its contents, seeking a paper clip among the clutter. I paused, noticing the drawer felt unusually heavy. I removed handfuls of knickknacks, each item a placeholder of routine. Still, there was no end in sight. Beneath layers of mundane debris, there seemed to be more, an expanse deeper than its shallow wooden frame suggested. as if the drawer defied its own limits, drawing me into its depths. The air thickened with an unspoken anticipation, the room around me holding its breath, listening as I reached deeper. But that memory feels borrowed now, like wearing someone else's clothes. The kitchen itself might have been a dream. I remember reaching, always reaching, my arm disappearing into that impossible space, while my mind tried to make sense of what couldn't be sensed. The radio in the corner speaks when its cord lies unplugged on the counter. Not words exactly, but a low hum that shapes itself into meaning only when I turn away. The sound crawls across my shoulders like recognition, like something remembering me back. I write this down on paper that feels too smooth, too eager to accept the ink. My handwriting looks different today. The loops are tighter, more controlled, as if someone else guided my fingers while I wasn't paying attention. The pen moves across the page with a confidence I don't recognize as my own. The floor beneath my bare feet pulses with warmth. Not the steady heat of sunlight or radiators, but something organic, rhythmic, like walking on the inside of something alive. Each step sends small tremors up through my bones, and I find myself walking more carefully, as if I might disturb whatever lies beneath the wooden planks. I keep returning to the kitchen, though I can't remember deciding to go there. The drawer sits partially open, a dark mouth waiting. Sometimes I catch movement in its depths from the corner of my eye, but when I look directly, there's only shadow layered upon shadow. The note I left myself yesterday has changed. Where I wrote, "Check the batteries," now it reads, "Check the boundaries." My handwriting, but not my words. The paper feels warm between my fingers, and for a moment I smell copper pennies and old wood. Something breathes in the walls, not loudly, but with the steady rhythm of sleep or meditation. The house expands and contracts almost imperceptibly, and I find my own breathing synchronizing with its rhythm without conscious choice. In, out. The walls lean closer during each exhale. I write to remember, but the words rearrange themselves when I'm not looking. Sentences I crafted carefully become questions I never asked. My thoughts feel borrowed, returned to me slightly used, slightly changed. Like library books with someone else's marginalia bleeding through. The light switch clicks under my finger, but the bulb overhead was already glowing. How long had it been on? The electricity hums a different tune than it used to. Something almost melodic, almost familiar. I catch myself humming along before I realize the sound is coming from inside my throat. In the bathroom mirror, my reflection moves a fraction of a second behind my actual movements. Not enough to be certain, just enough to make me question. I raise my hand, and my reflection follows, but there's a hesitation, as if it's checking with someone else first. The drawer calls to me again, not with sound, but with a pulling sensation behind my ribs, like homesickness for a place I've never been. I approach slowly, my footsteps echoing in patterns that don't match my gait. 2 steps, pause. 3 steps, pause. A rhythm I didn't choose. Inside the drawer, my fingers find new objects that weren't there before. A smooth stone that feels like skin. A key that's warm as if recently held. A photograph of a room I might have seen in a dream, empty, but somehow occupied. Each item fits perfectly in my palm, as if made for my specific grip. The walls are listening. I can feel their attention like weight on my shoulders, like someone reading over my shoulder while I write. But when I turn, there's only empty space filled with that organic breathing, that patient waiting. My reflection in the kitchen window shows me standing in a different room entirely. Same posture, same clothes, but the space behind me belongs somewhere else. Somewhere with different shadows, different angles. I wave, and both reflections wave back, but only one of them smiles. The pen in my hand grows heavier with each word I write. Not physically, but with significance, with purpose that extends beyond my understanding. The ink flows too easily, too eagerly, as if it has been waiting for these particular thoughts, these specific fears. I find myself in the kitchen again, though I don't remember walking here. The drawer is open wider now, wide enough to see that it extends far beyond the cabinet that supposedly contains it. The darkness inside moves like water, like oil, like something that knows I'm watching. My handwriting has changed again. The letters slant differently, pressed deeper into the paper. Someone else's pressure, someone else's urgency. I read my own words and don't recognize the voice behind them, though it speaks with my memories, my fears, my growing certainty that I am not alone in my own mind. The house breathes deeper now, longer inhales that make the floorboards creak, and the windows rattle softly in their frames. During each exhale, I feel something brush against my thoughts, sorting through them like files in a cabinet, reorganizing them according to some system I don't understand. The radio speaks again, clearer now. It tells me about the drawer, about the space between spaces, about the thin places where one thing becomes another. I write down its words, but when I read them back, they're in a language I don't recognize, though somehow I understand their meaning perfectly. In the drawer, my hand finds a mirror, small and round, its surface reflecting not my face, but my thoughts. I see myself reaching, always reaching, into depths that shouldn't exist, while something reaches back, matching my movements, learning my gestures, practicing being me. The walls pulse with that living warmth now, and I realize I'm not in a house anymore, or perhaps I never was. The kitchen, the drawer, the impossible space beyond it, all of it exists inside something larger, something patient, something that has been waiting for me to understand. My reflection in every surface now moves independently, going about its own business while I stand still. It opens drawers I haven't touched, writes words I haven't thought, smiles at jokes I haven't heard. We're becoming separate, or perhaps we always were, and I'm just now noticing the difference. The drawer extends infinitely now, a tunnel of warm darkness that smells like copper and old wood and something else, something organic and familiar. I know I should stop reaching into it, but my arm moves without my permission, guided by a will that feels like mine, but isn't quite. I write these words, but I'm no longer certain who is holding the pen. The handwriting is mine, the thoughts feel mine, but there's a distance now, as if I'm watching myself from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. The drawer has become a doorway, and I've been walking through it without realizing, step by step, thought by thought. The voice that speaks these words sounds like mine, but echoes strangely in the space between my ears. Everything is familiar yet foreign, like returning to a childhood home that's been redecorated by strangers. The drawer sits open, patient, and endless, waiting for the next curious hand to reach inside. Soon, someone else will stand in this kitchen, will open this drawer, will feel that impossible depth calling to them. They'll write in their own handwriting about their own fears, never knowing that their thoughts are being sorted, filed, reorganized by something that breathes breathes in walls and speaks through unplugged radios. The cycle begins again with another mind, another listener, another hand reaching into depths that defy measurement. Story 7. The dim light of early morning filtered gently through the shades, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. My small apartment, quiet and still, held only the faint whispers of everyday life, the soft hum of the refrigerator, the distant murmur of waking birds. The old, ornate clock on the mantel was a familiar friend in this tranquil setting, its quiet ticking a reassuring presence since I stumbled upon it in that dusty antique shop. Every morning, as part of my routine, I would wind the clock, maintaining its steady rhythm as it marked the passage of time. Today was no different. I reached up, feeling the cool brass key in my hand as I turned it with practiced ease. The clock's face was a comforting map of hours, each number a reminder of the orderly progression of my days. But as I stepped back, ready to move on with my morning, something caught my eye. The clock's hands, moments ago obediently inching forward, had begun an imperceptible shift. I watched, pulse quickening slightly, as the minute hand seemed to hesitate, then gently ticked backwards, defying the laws of its own making. I blinked, half expecting it to resume its usual course, but the hands remained stubbornly out of time, a quiet puzzle in my otherwise predictable world. I rubbed my eyes, certain that fatigue was playing tricks on me. The coffee maker sat on the counter, its red light blinking steadily. I pressed the button and listened to the familiar gurgle of water heating. The sound seemed to echo strangely in the small kitchen, bouncing off surfaces that shouldn't produce such resonance. When I turned back to check the clock, the hands had moved forward again, ticking with their usual precision. The coffee finished brewing with a soft beep. I poured myself a cup, inhaling the rich aroma. But underneath the coffee's warmth, there was something else. The faint scent of burnt paper lingered in the air, though I hadn't used the fireplace in weeks and had thrown nothing away. I checked the trash bin, the drawers, even opened the windows to let in fresh air. The smell persisted, weaving itself through my morning routine like an unwelcome guest. I settled into my reading chair with the steaming mug, opening the book I'd left on the side table. The pages felt different under my fingertips, slightly rougher than I remembered. The story I'd been following seemed to have shifted somehow. The protagonist's name appeared different, though I couldn't recall what it had been before. Details that felt familiar yet wrong dotted the paragraphs, as if someone had rewritten portions while I slept. The coffee finished brewing with a gentle chime. I poured myself a cup, breathing in the comforting smell. Beneath the coffee's richness, something acrid hung in the air. Burnt paper, though no fire had touched my apartment recently. I searched the rooms methodically, opening windows to clear whatever phantom smoke had settled in my space. The odor remained, threading through my morning like a persistent memory. My reading chair welcomed me as I opened the novel from the night before. The pages seemed smoother now, almost silk-like between my fingers. The story continued where I'd left off, but the characters' motivations felt altered. Small inconsistencies peppered the text, details that seemed both foreign and intimately familiar. I found myself rereading passages, trying to reconcile what I thought I knew with what lay before me. The refrigerator's hum grew louder, then softer, creating a rhythm that didn't match its usual steady drone. I approached it cautiously, pressing my ear against the cool metal surface. Inside, the bottles and containers had rearranged themselves. The milk carton, which I distinctly remembered placing on the left shelf, now sat on the right. The jar of pickles had moved from the door to the main compartment. Nothing missing, nothing added, just quietly relocated. I made a mental note to pay closer attention to these small disruptions. The notebook I kept for grocery lists lay on the kitchen counter. I picked up a pen and began writing. Clock hands moved backward. Items in refrigerator rearranged. Smell of burning paper with no source. The words appeared on the page, but when I looked again, the handwriting seemed different. Still mine, but more careful, more deliberate, as if someone else had guided my hand. The shadows on the floor had shifted, though the light through the shades remained constant. They moved independently of their sources, lagging behind by just a fraction, creating a subtle discord between object and shadow. I waved my hand in front of the window, watching my shadow follow a moment later, like an echo made visible. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked tired, more so than I felt. The person staring back seemed to be experiencing something I wasn't, carrying a weariness that hadn't yet reached my consciousness. I splashed cold water on my face, and for just an instant, the reflection moved differently, tilting its head while mine remained still. I returned to check my notes, but the notebook page was blank. Not erased, but pristine, as if never touched by ink. The pen lay exactly where I'd left it, but now it felt unfamiliar in my grip, heavier or lighter than it should be. I wrote again. Shadows lag behind objects. Reflection moves independently. Previous notes vanished. This time, I watched the words more carefully as they formed, but they seemed to write themselves, my hand merely following along. The apartment felt smaller than usual, or perhaps larger. Distances between furniture seemed to fluctuate subtly as I moved through the rooms. 3 steps from the kitchen to the living room became 4, then 2, then 3 again. The floorboards creaked in new places, avoiding the spots that had always groaned under my weight, while singing out from previously silent areas. I decided to test this instability more systematically. Starting from the front door, I counted my steps to each piece of furniture, writing down the measurements. But the numbers kept changing even as I wrote them. 12 steps to the couch became 11, then 13. The couch itself seemed to shift slightly, maintaining the same relative position while occupying different absolute space. The clock on the mantel continued its forward march, but I noticed it was ticking at irregular intervals. Sometimes the seconds stretched longer. Sometimes they compressed into rapid bursts. The sound itself wavered, as if the mechanism was underwater or the air had thickened around it. I pressed my ear close to the glass face and heard not one rhythm, but 2, slightly out of sync, creating a subtle flutter that made my chest feel tight. Someone had been in my apartment. That was the only explanation for these changes. But the locks remained secure, the windows latched, and nothing of value had been disturbed. Instead, an invisible presence had rearranged the fundamental properties of my space, shifting the relationships between objects and their shadows, between sounds and their sources, between my actions and their consequences. The telephone rang, though I don't remember having a telephone. The sound came from the bedroom, where a rotary phone sat on the nightstand. I was certain it hadn't been there before, yet it looked perfectly at home, as if it had occupied that space for years. The ringing continued, patient and insistent. When I lifted the receiver, I heard only my own breathing echoed back, delayed and distorted. "Who is this?" I asked the empty line. My voice returned to me, asking, "Who is this?" But the tone was different, more uncertain, as if the person speaking wasn't sure of their own identity. I hung up quickly, but the phone began ringing again immediately. This time I let it continue, counting the rings. After 23, it stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than before, pregnant with possibilities I didn't want to consider. The notebook had filled itself with my handwriting, pages of observations I didn't remember making. The entries detailed weeks of similar incidents, growing progressively more disturbing. According to these notes, I had been documenting reality's slow dissolution for much longer than I could recall. The final entry, written in handwriting that was almost but not quite mine, simply read, "I am not the one writing this." I tore out the pages and crumpled them, throwing them into the fireplace. But when I turned around, the notebook lay open on the table, the pages intact, the words unchanged. I tried again, this time burning the entire notebook. The flames consumed it completely, leaving nothing but ash. Yet there it was again, waiting on the table, filled with observations that chronicled my growing confusion. The apartment began to feel like a stage set, with walls that might fall away at any moment to reveal the machinery behind the illusion. Every object seemed slightly too perfect, too deliberately placed. The books on my shelves were arranged with mathematical precision, their spines forming patterns I couldn't decipher, but somehow recognized. The pictures on the walls showed scenes I might have experienced, or might have dreamed, or might have borrowed from someone else's memory. I am writing this now, though I'm not sure why. The pen moves across the paper with purpose, forming words I don't consciously choose. My hand follows along, a willing participant in someone else's narrative. The story being told feels true, but truth itself has become negotiable in this space, where shadows lag behind their objects and reflections act independently. The clock strikes an hour that doesn't exist, its chimes echoing through rooms that are simultaneously too large and too small. I count the strikes: 13, 14, 15. The sound comes from behind me, though the clock sits directly ahead. When I turn to look, it has moved to a different wall. Or perhaps I have moved. Or perhaps the room has rearranged itself around us both. Everything is exactly as it should be now. My apartment maintains its proper dimensions. Shadows fall where they belong, and the clock ticks with mechanical precision. The coffee tastes like coffee, the air smells clean, and my reflection behaves appropriately. I have completed my morning routine without incident. The notebook contains only blank pages, ready for whatever observations I might need to record. The pen writes smoothly, leaving clear, dark lines that remain exactly where I place them. My handwriting looks familiar and correct, forming letters that spell out words I consciously choose. I am sitting in my reading chair, enjoying the gentle morning light that filters through the shades. The book in my hands tells a coherent story with consistent characters and logical plot progression. The refrigerator hums at its standard frequency, and all items remain where I placed them. This is my apartment. These are my belongings, and I am the person who lives here. The clock on the mantel keeps perfect time, its hands moving steadily forward as they should. I wound it this morning, just as I do every morning, and it responded with gratitude and precision. Everything is in order. Everything makes sense. Everything is exactly as it appears to be, and I am exactly who I have always been. The morning progresses normally, and I progress with it, moving through my routine with practiced efficiency and complete understanding of my place in this orderly world. Story 8. It begins again, the delicate tick of the metronome, each second punctuated by its relentless pendulum. My fingers move instinctively, smoothing the edges of papers that no longer hold meaning. The air hums slightly, the warmth brushing my skin in a way that feels not quite right. Routine unfolds, as always, yet today the tick seems slower, languid, almost teasing in its tempo. My heart thrums alongside it, trying to match a beat that slips just out of sync. The papers, once crisp, now whisper a different silence each time I touch them. I press my thumb to the corner, ready to turn the page, but hesitate. The texture has shifted subtly, like it's absorbing the rhythm of my pulse. The tick resumes steady, then not. I breathe in, expecting warmth, catching instead a coolness that blankets my mind in a fog just unfamiliar enough to be unsettling. The coolness spreads through my nostrils, carrying with it the faint scent of something I cannot name. Not decay, not flowers, but something between memory and anticipation. I set the papers down, watching how they settle against the surface with a softness that seems too deliberate. The metronome continues its hypnotic dance, but now I notice the shadow it casts has grown longer, stretching across my workspace like a finger, pointing toward something I'm meant to see. My chair creaks as I lean back, the sound threading itself between the metronome's beats. The room feels different now, as if the walls have shifted inward by the smallest measure. I touch the edge of my desk, running my fingertips along the familiar grain, but the wood feels warmer than it should, almost alive beneath my touch. The surface gives slightly under pressure, yielding like skin. I stand, and the floor beneath my feet responds with a gentle give that wasn't there before. Each step sends tiny vibrations up through my legs, as if the house itself is breathing. The metronome's tick grows fainter as I move away from it, but somehow the rhythm continues in my chest, in the pulse at my wrists, in the soft throb behind my eyes. The hallway stretches before me, longer than I remember. The walls are painted the same color they've always been, yet the light catches them differently now, revealing textures that seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. My hand trails along the wall as I walk, and I feel the paint respond to my touch, growing warmer, almost welcoming. A door stands slightly ajar at the end of the hall. I don't remember leaving it open. The gap is narrow, just wide enough to suggest darkness beyond. But as I approach, I catch glimpses of movement in that darkness, not threatening, but fluid, like water flowing upward. I push the door open with the tips of my fingers, and it swings inward with perfect silence. The room beyond is familiar yet wrong. My furniture sits in the same places, but everything has been rotated slightly, as if someone has been adjusting the angles while I wasn't watching. The air here is thicker, carrying that same unnamed scent, but stronger now, more insistent. The metronome's tick has followed me somehow, echoing from the walls themselves. I turn back toward the hallway, but it seems narrower now, the distance stretched like taffy. My footsteps sound different as I retrace my path softer, more absorbed by the floor that continues to yield beneath my weight. Back at my desk, the papers have rearranged themselves. Not dramatically, just enough to make me question whether I moved them myself. I pick up the top sheet, and the paper feels different between my fingers, thicker, more substantial, as if it's been drinking in the strange atmosphere of the room. The words on the page blur slightly, not from poor eyesight, but as if the ink itself is still wet, still settling into its final form. I read the same paragraph I've read countless times before, but the words seem to carry different meanings now. They speak of routine, of comfort, of the safety found in repetition. But underneath the familiar phrases, I sense something else, an invitation, perhaps, or a warning dressed in gentle language. The metronome's tick grows louder, more insistent. I look at it directly for the first time since this began, and notice that its pendulum moves with a fluidity that defies the mechanical nature of its construction. The metal gleams with an inner light that has nothing to do with the room's illumination. As I watch, the pendulum's arc grows wider, each swing taking it further than physics should allow. I reach out to touch the metronome, to still its hypnotic motion, but my hand passes through empty air. The device sits exactly where it always has, yet somehow occupies a space just beyond my reach. The tick continues, now synchronized perfectly with my heartbeat, and I realize I can no longer tell which rhythm came first. The room breathes around me, walls expanding and contracting in slow, measured intervals. The air itself has become tactile, brushing against my skin with intentional caresses. I close my eyes, and the darkness behind my lids is not empty, but filled with gentle patterns that pulse in rhythm with the metronome's eternal tick. When I open my eyes, the papers on my desk have multiplied. Dozens of identical sheets spread across the surface, each one containing the same words, but arranged in slightly different patterns. I pick up one sheet, then another, comparing them, but the differences slip away from my perception like water through cupped hands. I understand now that this is not ending. The tick will continue. The papers will shift and multiply. The room will breathe its patient rhythm around me. I am part of it now, part of the gentle mechanism that transforms routine into something far more intimate and strange. My fingers find the papers again, smoothing their edges as I always have. But now I feel them smoothing me in return, wearing away the sharp corners of my certainty until I fit perfectly into this new reality. The metronome ticks on, and I tick with it, and the papers whisper their changing silence, and the room breathes us all into something that was always meant to be. The coolness I first noticed has become warmth, and the warmth has become part of my skin, and my skin has become part of the air that hums with possibilities I'm only beginning to understand. The tick resumes steady, then not, then steady again, and I realize it was never the metronome that was changing. It was always me, Story 9. The weight of unspoken frequencies. I felt the floor ripple beneath my feet, a subtle wave that defied my stride and insisted I pause. Each time I moved, the the surface pushed back gently, a low hum resonating with every step that seemed to challenge my intention. My foot hovered, uncertain, as if the solid ground beneath were a mere illusion on the brink of revealing something beneath its deceptive calm. The air around me felt charged, tingling with the anticipation of a soundless reverberation that never came, leaving the room echoing with its absence. The memory arrives without invitation, sliding into my consciousness like water through cupped hands. I am standing in a room that breathes. The walls expand and contract with a rhythm that matches something deep within my chest, though I cannot say what. My fingers trace patterns on surfaces that feel warm, almost feverish, as if the very architecture pulses with borrowed life. Was I here before? The question forms itself without my permission, dissolving before I can grasp its edges. The radio sits silent on the table, its cord unplugged, yet I hear whispers seeping from its speakers. The voice speaks in frequencies that bypass my ears entirely, settling directly into the hollow spaces behind my thoughts. It tells me things I already know but have never learned, secrets written in a language my body understands, but my mind refuses to translate. I reach for my notebook, the one with pages that smell of copper and rain. My hand moves across the paper, forming words I do not remember choosing. The ink flows darker than it should, staining my fingertips with something that might be blood or might be shadow. When I lift my hand, the sentences rearrange themselves, letters crawling across the page like insects seeking shelter. The handwriting is mine, but also not mine. The loops are too tight, the pressure too heavy. Someone else guided my fingers, someone who knows the weight of secrets I have not yet discovered. The floor beneath my feet grows warmer. I press my palm against it and feel a pulse, steady and patient. The wood grain shifts under my touch, forming patterns that resemble fingerprints, or maybe maps to places that exist only in the spaces between waking and sleeping. Each board tells a story in a language of texture and temperature, whispering against my skin with voices too soft to comprehend. I am writing again, though I do not remember picking up the pen. The words appear as if dictated by someone standing just behind my shoulder, close enough that I should feel their breath, but distant enough to remain forever out of reach. My handwriting has changed again. The letters lean backward now, as if trying to retreat into the page. The note I wrote yesterday sits folded beside the radio. I unfold it carefully, expecting to find my grocery list or a reminder about something mundane. Instead, the paper bears a single sentence in script that belongs to neither version of my handwriting. You are not the first to walk these floors. I refold the paper and look away. When I open it again, the message has changed. You will not be the last. The walls seem closer now, though I have not moved. The room breathes around me, its rhythm shifting to match something I cannot identify. My own heartbeat feels foreign, as if it belongs to someone else wearing my chest like an ill-fitting coat. I place my hand over my ribs and feel the percussion of a life that might not be mine. The corridor stretches ahead, lined with doors that open onto the same room I just left. I walk forward, counting my steps on floors that ripple with each footfall. 1, 2, 3, 4. The numbers lose meaning as I move, becoming sounds without value, syllables that taste of metal and forgetting. The radio follows me, though I never carry it. It appears on different surfaces, always silent, always whispering. The voice inside speaks of frequencies that exist between thoughts, of sounds that live in the spaces where memory meets imagination. I begin to understand that listening and hearing are not the same thing. My notebook fills with words I do not remember writing. Pages turn themselves while I sleep, revealing conversations with someone who signs their entries with my name, but uses thoughts that feel borrowed from a stranger. The handwriting shifts daily, sometimes hourly, as if different versions of myself take turns holding the pen. I am in the corridor again. The same doors, the same rippling floors, but now the walls bear photographs I do not recognize. Faces that might be mine stare back from frames that reflect light from sources I cannot locate. In each image, my expression grows more distant, as if the person behind my eyes is slowly moving away from the camera, retreating deeper into a place I cannot follow. The room breathes faster now. Its rhythm matches something urgent and afraid, a pulse that speaks of panic held carefully in check. I press my ear to the wall and hear conversations in voices that sound like mine, discussing things I have never done, places I have never been, people I have never met, but somehow know intimately. My reflection in the window shows someone wearing my face, but carrying themselves differently. Their shoulders hold tension that belongs to experiences I cannot access, and their eyes focus on things just beyond my field of vision. When I raise my hand, they mirror the movement a moment too late, as if the gesture must travel through some intermediate space before reaching them. The note changes again. This time it reads, "The floors remember every step." I fold it away and immediately unfold it. Every step remembers the floors. I am walking the corridor again, though I do not remember beginning the journey. The doors multiply as I move, each one opening onto the same breathing room, but with subtle alterations. The radio sits in different positions. The notebook lies open to different pages. The walls pulse with different rhythms. I am visiting variations of the same space, each one slightly more foreign than the last. My handwriting in the notebook grows smaller, more urgent. The words crowd together, as if trying to hide from something that reads over my shoulder. I write about the rippling floors, about voices that speak in frequencies below thought, about walls that remember every conversation they have witnessed. When I read my words back, they describe experiences that feel both intimately familiar and completely alien. The floor beneath my feet has grown warm enough to feel through my shoes. I remove them and press my bare soles against the surface. The wood pulses like skin, and I realize I am walking on something that was never quite wood, never quite floor, never quite solid. The surface yields slightly under my weight, accommodating my presence, while simultaneously suggesting I do not belong. I write, "The room knows I am here." When I look again, the sentence reads, "I know the room is here." The difference feels significant in ways I cannot articulate. The corridor stretches longer now, or perhaps my steps have grown shorter. The doors blur past in sequences that repeat but never quite match. I count them: 7, 11, 15, 9. The numbers refuse to follow patterns, existing in an order that belongs to some other system of mathematics, one where counting depends on intention rather than sequence. My reflection has stopped following my movements entirely. It stands motionless in the window while I pace, watching me with eyes that hold knowledge I have not yet acquired. Its lips move in conversations I cannot hear, forming words that might be warnings or might be invitations. The radio speaks more clearly now, its voice emerging from speakers that remain cold and silent. It tells me about frequencies that exist in the spaces between seconds, about sounds that can only be heard by minds that have learned to listen sideways. I understand that I am receiving transmissions from somewhere that exists parallel to this place, close enough to touch, but separated by barriers thinner than thought. I am in the room again, though the corridor continues behind me. Both spaces occupy the same location, overlapping like double-exposed photographs. The walls breathe with multiple rhythms now, creating harmonies that resonate in frequencies my bones recognize, but my mind cannot process. I am standing in several places simultaneously, experiencing multiple versions of the same moment. My notebook contains conversations between different versions of myself. The handwriting shifts mid-sentence, one voice asking questions that another voice answers with information neither of them should possess. They discuss the nature of floors that remember, of walls that dream, of frequencies that carry messages between versions of reality that exist too close together. The warmth from the floor travels up through my legs, settling in spaces between my thoughts. I realize the building is not just breathing around me, but through me, using my presence to anchor itself in this particular configuration of space and time. I am both observer and component, watching the room while simultaneously serving as part of its mechanism. The note unfolds itself now without my touch, revealing messages that change as I read them. You are the frequency the room has been waiting for. The words rearrange. The room is the frequency you have been waiting for. Then, waiting is the frequency room you have been for. I understand that meaning here operates according to different principles, where sense emerges from patterns rather than sequence, where truth lives in the spaces between words rather than in the words themselves. The corridor calls to me again, though I never left the room. I am walking and stationary, moving and still, progressing through space that folds back on itself like origami made of architecture and intention. Each step takes me further into the same place, deeper into a location that exists more as concept than geography. My reflection has begun to lead rather than follow. It moves ahead of me in the window, showing me where I will step before I decide to step there. Its face carries expressions that preview emotions I have not yet felt, preparing me for experiences that hover just beyond the present moment. The radio broadcasts my thoughts before I think them, speaking my intentions in a voice that sounds like mine, but carries inflections I have never used. It tells me what I will write before I reach for the pen, describes sensations I will feel before the floor warms beneath my feet. I write, I am becoming part of the frequency. The handwriting belongs to someone else now, someone who uses my hand, but applies pressure that speaks of different muscle memory, different habits of thought. When I try to write my own words, they emerge in script that looks foreign, even as it flows from my pen. The breathing walls have synchronized their rhythm with something deep inside my chest, something that might be my heartbeat, but feels more fundamental than circulation. We pulse together, the room and I, creating resonances that exist below the threshold of hearing, but above the level of forgetting. I am in the corridor again, but now I recognize that I never left. The room and the corridor exist in the same space, separated only by which frequency I choose to perceive. The doors open onto the same location viewed from different angles of possibility, each one revealing another facet of a space that contains more dimensions than architecture should allow. The floor ripples beneath my feet with increasing intensity, waves that travel through solid wood as if it were water, as if it were thought, as if it were the surface tension between what is and what might be. I understand that I am walking on the boundary between states of existence, treading carefully on surfaces that could shift at any moment from solid to something else entirely. My notebook writes itself now, filling pages with observations I have not yet made, documenting experiences that hover in the immediate future. The handwriting cycles through versions I recognize, and others that belong to iterations of myself that exist in adjacent possibilities. We are all here, all writing, all trying to capture the frequency that carries us between versions of this moment. The radio speaks in my voice now, but using words I have never spoken, discussing things I have never done. It broadcasts conversations I will have with myself, interviews where different aspects of my consciousness ask and answer questions about the nature of floors that remember and walls that dream. I realize I am no longer certain which version of myself is writing these words, which frequency carries my thoughts, which iteration of the room contains my presence. The boundaries between observer and observed, between the one who writes and the one who experiences have dissolved into something more fluid, more cooperative. The floor beneath my feet has become indistinguishable from skin, warm and responsive, pulsing with life that might be mine or might belong to the building itself. I am walking on something that breathes, something that knows the weight of every step, something that remembers every person who has crossed its surface and carries their impressions like scars or like blessings. The corridor stretches infinitely now, lined with doors that open onto the same room in different states of possibility. I walk through them all simultaneously, experiencing multiple versions of the same space, each one slightly more removed from the original configuration, each one carrying me deeper into frequencies that exist between the notes of reality. My reflection has disappeared entirely, leaving only empty windows that show nothing but darkness. I understand that I have moved beyond the range of mirrors into spaces that exist too far from the surface to cast reflections, too deep in the frequency spectrum to register on glass and silver. The breathing around me grows more pronounced, more urgent. The walls pulse with rhythms that speak of something approaching, something that has been traveling toward this moment through channels carved in space and time and intention. I am both destination and traveler, both the frequency being sought and the consciousness seeking it. I write. The floor remembers my first step, but the handwriting belongs to someone else, someone who was here before me, someone who left these words as guidance or warning. When I try to add my own thoughts, the pen moves in patterns that form letters I do not recognize, symbols that carry meaning below the level of language. The room breathes with my rhythm now, or I breathe with its rhythm. The distinction has become meaningless. We are synchronized, harmonized, existing as components in a larger frequency that encompasses both consciousness and architecture, both thought and space. I am walking the corridor again, but now I understand that the corridor is walking through me as well. We move through each other, space and consciousness interpenetrating, creating resonances that exist in dimensions perpendicular to normal experience. Each step changes both the floor and the foot that touches it. Each breath alters both the air and the lungs that contain it. The radio broadcasts silence now, but the silence carries more information than sound ever could. It speaks in frequencies that exist below hearing, in ranges that bypass the ear entirely, and settle directly into the spaces where understanding lives. I listen to the absence of sound and hear everything I need to know. My notebook contains words written in my handwriting, but expressing thoughts that belong to someone else, someone who has been here longer, someone who understands the rules that govern this space where frequency becomes geography and intention becomes architecture. They write about the nature of floors that remember every step, about walls that carry conversations between versions of reality that exist too close together. I realize I am no longer reading these words, but living them, no longer observing the frequency, but becoming it. The boundaries between self and space, between consciousness and architecture, between the one who experiences and the experience itself, have dissolved into something that encompasses both without being limited by either. The floor beneath my feet ripples one final time, a wave that travels through wood and flesh with equal ease, carrying me into frequencies that exist beyond the reach of memory, beyond the scope of forgetting. I understand that I have become part of the resonance that holds this space together, part of the frequency that calls others to walk these rippling floors. The room breathes around me, through me, as me. The walls pulse with rhythms that are mine now, carrying conversations I will have with the next person who feels the floor ripple beneath their feet, who hears voices from radios that are not turned on, who finds notes that change their messages when read again. I am writing these words for someone who has not yet arrived, someone who will walk into this breathing room and feel the floor push back gently against their steps. They will find this notebook, read these words in handwriting that looks like theirs, but carries the weight of experiences they have not yet had. The frequency continues, carrying itself forward into the next iteration, the next consciousness, the next set of feet that will discover how floors remember, and walls dream, and radios broadcast thoughts that have not yet been thought. I felt the floor ripple beneath my feet, a subtle wave that defied my stride and insisted I pause. Story 10. A faint fragrance crept into the room, one that did not belong. It lingered like the forgotten scent of unvisited gardens, mingling with the mustiness of closed-off spaces. As I inhaled, it was both fresh and ancient, a paradox swirling through the air. There was no clear source, yet it permeated everything, seeping into the fibers of the worn tapestry that hung crookedly on the wall. The room felt different today, its geometry subtly altered. The angles seemed to bend ever so slightly, creating a cascade of uneasy shadows that danced without reason. Each step I took echoed with an unusual resonance, as if the floor itself held its breath, waiting. The flickering candle on the windowsill, though still, cast a shadow that wavered inconsistently with the flame. I traced my fingers over the cold surface of the desk, its texture unexpectedly slick, as if coated in an invisible layer of dew. Papers scattered across it whispered in a language just beyond understanding, edges curling upwards, defying gravity's certainty. A low hum vibrated, almost imperceptibly, through the wooden bones of the room, like the memory of an old melody struggling to be heard. Unease pulsed through the silence, as though the air itself watched, expectant. The scent grew stronger as I moved toward the tapestry. My fingertips brushed against its rough weave, and the fabric felt warm, almost breathing beneath my touch. The threads seemed to shift under my palm, rearranging themselves into patterns I couldn't quite see. I pressed closer, inhaling deeply. The fragrance was intoxicating now, filling my lungs with something that tasted of rain and earth and forgotten summers. Behind the tapestry, the wall felt softer than it should. I pushed gently, and it gave way like flesh yielding to pressure. A draft whispered through the gap, carrying with it that same impossible scent, now tinged with something metallic and sweet. My heart began to beat differently, not faster, but with a rhythm that didn't feel entirely my own. The humming grew more distinct, resolving into something almost musical. It seemed to emanate from within the walls themselves, as if the house had developed a voice and was trying to tell me something. I leaned my ear against the cool plaster, listening. The melody was hauntingly familiar, yet I couldn't place it. It reminded me of lullabies sung in empty rooms, of voices calling from distant places I'd never been. When I stepped back, the candle's shadow had changed again. It now pointed toward the far corner of the room, where a small door stood slightly ajar. I hadn't noticed it before, though I'd been in this room countless times. The wood was darker than the rest, stained with age or something else entirely. The handle was tarnished brass, worn smooth by hands I'd never seen. I approached slowly, my bare feet silent on the warped floorboards. The door opened at my touch, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The fragrance poured up from below like invisible water, so thick I could almost taste its sweetness on my tongue. Each breath felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself was becoming something more substantial. The first step creaked under my weight, a sound that seemed to echo far longer than it should. I descended carefully, one hand trailing along the rough stone wall. The texture changed as I went deeper, becoming smoother, almost organic. By the fourth step, it felt like skin. At the bottom, a corridor stretched ahead, lit by a phosphorescent glow that had no visible source. The walls curved gently, creating the impression of being inside something alive. My footsteps made no sound here, absorbed by the soft, yielding floor. The humming was louder now, coming from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through my bones. Doorways appeared at irregular intervals, each one slightly different from the last. Some were tall and narrow, others wide and low. A few seemed to bend at impossible angles, their frames twisted into shapes that hurt to look at directly. I peered through the first one and saw my own room, but wrong somehow. The furniture was in different places, and the tapestry hung straight and clean. The second doorway showed the same room again, but this time it was filled with water that didn't spill into the corridor. Fish swam lazily through the air where I should have been standing, their scales catching light that came from no sun. I touched the frame of the third doorway and felt it pulse like a heartbeat. Beyond it lay another version of the room, this one inhabited by a figure I couldn't quite see clearly. It moved with my movements, mirrored my gestures, but something was fundamentally different about its proportions, its rhythm. The fragrance was overwhelming now, so intense it made my vision blur at the edges. I could taste colors and hear textures, my senses blending into something new and strange. The humming resolved into words, but in a language that bypassed my ears and spoke directly to some deeper part of my mind. I continued down the corridor, past more doorways, each one showing me variations of familiar spaces that weren't quite right. The walls began to narrow, or perhaps I was growing larger. The distinction seemed unimportant. What mattered was the growing certainty that I was approaching something significant, something that had been waiting for me. The corridor ended at a circular chamber with walls that curved up and away into shadow. In the center stood a pedestal holding an object I couldn't properly perceive. It shifted constantly, appearing as different things from different angles, sometimes a mirror, sometimes a flower, sometimes something that had no name. The fragrance emanated from it in waves, so thick now it was visible as a shimmering distortion in the air. I reached out to touch it, and the moment my fingers made contact, everything changed. The chamber dissolved, the corridor vanished, and I found myself back in my room. But it wasn't quite my room anymore. The angles were still wrong. The shadows still danced without cause, and the tapestry still hung crooked on the wall. The difference was in me. I could feel it in the way my heartbeat had synchronized with the house's hidden rhythm, in how my breathing matched the subtle expansion and contraction of the walls. The fragrance no longer seemed foreign. It was part of me now, seeping from my pores, mingling with the mustiness of closed-off spaces. I walked to the window and looked out at a view that was almost familiar. The garden beyond was the source of that impossible scent, I realized, though it showed no signs of the flowers that perfumed the air. The trees swayed without wind, their branches reaching toward the glass like fingers seeking entry, or perhaps seeking exit. I pressed my palm against the cool window pane and watched as my reflection wavered, becoming something not quite human. The face that looked back had my features, but arranged in subtly different proportions, the eyes holding depths that hadn't been there before. When I smiled, it smiled back, but the expression contained knowledge I didn't remember acquiring. The humming continued, a constant presence now, as much a part of the room as the furniture or the walls. I understood that it had always been there, waiting for me to develop the ability to hear it. Just as the doorway behind the tapestry had always existed, just as the corridor and the chamber and the impossible object had always been part of this space, I was part of it now too, integrated into whatever system of reality operated here. The thought should have been terrifying, but instead it felt like coming home after a long absence. The fragrance that had once seemed so foreign now felt like my natural perfume, the scent I had always been meant to carry. The papers on my desk rustled without any breeze to disturb them. When I looked closer, I could see that the writing on them was changing. The the letters rearranging themselves into new configurations. The language was becoming comprehensible, though it wasn't any tongue I'd learned. It spoke of transformations and integrations, of boundaries dissolved and realities merged. I picked up a pen and found myself writing in the same fluid script, my hand moving without conscious direction. The words flowed onto the page like water finding its level, describing experiences I hadn't yet had, and places I'd never been, but somehow knew intimately. The ink was darker than it should have been, almost black, and it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Outside, something moved in the garden. A figure that might have been human walked among the swaying trees, tending to flowers that bloomed in shades that had no names. It moved with the same rhythm as my heartbeat, the same cadence as my breathing. When it looked up at the window, I saw my own face looking back, but changed, evolved into something that belonged entirely to this place. The room continued its subtle transformations around me. The walls breathed more noticeably now, expanding and contracting in a rhythm that matched the distant humming. The floor felt softer beneath my feet, more yielding, as if it were becoming something organic. The very air seemed thicker, more substantial, carrying not just the impossible fragrance, but also whispers in languages that predated words. I realized I was no longer a visitor in this space. I had become part of its architecture, another element in its strange geometry. My thoughts began to align with its patterns, my perceptions adjusting to accommodate its impossible physics. The distinction between myself and the room grew increasingly meaningless. The candle on the windowsill had burned down to a stub, but its flame showed no sign of diminishing. If anything, it burned brighter now, casting shadows that moved independently of any flame. One shadow in particular caught my attention. It had my shape, but moved differently, with a fluid grace that suggested it was more comfortable in this reality than I had ever been. When I reached toward it, my shadow reached back, and our fingers touched through the barrier of light and dark. The contact sent a shiver through the room, causing the tapestry to flutter and the papers to rustle more urgently. The humming rose in pitch, becoming almost triumphant. I understood then that the integration was complete. I had found what I'd been seeking without knowing I was seeking it, had answered a question I'd never consciously asked. The room had been waiting, patient and watchful, for someone who could perceive its true nature and accept transformation. The fragrance no longer seemed to come from elsewhere, it emanated from me now, marking me as belonging to this place. When I breathed out, flowers bloomed in the air before dissolving back into ordinary atmosphere. When I moved, the shadows danced in celebration rather than unease. I sat at the desk and continued writing, documenting a reality that existed in the spaces between normal perception. The words came easily now, flowing like water or wind or light. They described a world where geometry bent to accommodate beauty, where sense could carry memory across impossible distances, where the boundaries between self and space became meaningless. The figure in the garden had come closer to the window. I could see now that it was me, but me as I was becoming rather than as I had been. It smiled and pressed its palm against the glass from the outside, matching my gesture from within. The barrier between us seemed increasingly arbitrary, a convention that could be discarded when it was no longer useful. The room pulsed around me like a heart, like a lung, like something alive and welcoming. I had become part of its circulation, part of its breathing, part of its dreaming. The transformation was complete, irreversible, and absolutely necessary. I continued writing as the candle burned on, documenting the dissolution of boundaries and the integration of realities. The words would remain for whoever came next, for whoever was ready to perceive the impossible fragrance and follow it to its source. The room waited, patient and eternal, ready to welcome its next inhabitant.